And we are live finally. Sorry for the delay. Hello, hello, hello. Hey Jack, thanks for hopping in the chat. Let me know if the audio is coming through well and if the music is actually audible. Hey Project in Dad's Garage, how's it going? We have switched up our music source for the time being. We were using Stream Beats, but they were getting copyright stricken all over the place by some kind of content ID troll on YouTube, so that's frustrating. Same trouble that Nero has been going through. The service is great in that it provides free music for you to use, but obviously the YouTube Content ID system has some issues with it, to say the least. So let's talk about what we did last stream. You guys can pretty much see it. We got most of the frame built, or I guess all of the frame really, aside from the upper portion, which is mostly in regards to the motion system. We got the Kirigami Bed set up. Had a much better time with the Kirigami Bed with the LDO kit compared to the FormBot kit, I must say. A lot less headaches. All the printed parts went on it way quicker. And of course we used pretty much the same electronics and things like that. But yeah, that's what we got done off stream. I didn't do a whole lot. I kind of picked out some colors. We're gonna go with the green for the majority of the build, and did a little bit of sanding of the mating parts on some of the prints, and I found the hex tray. It was sitting in the other room holding a bunch of parts, so yeah. Hey Steve, welcome. Music is a little loud for you. I don't mind turning that down. Let me know how that sounds. There's a little bit of a delay, so. It's Steve Shed, looks good. Steve the Shed's coming along. I saw a post in the chat, or on Discord, but. So this stream, we are going to get into the AB motion. I hope to get at least that done. If we can get some of the Z done, that would be absolutely great. But if we had all three axes working by the end of the stream, that would be phenomenal. I'm trying to recall back to how long it took. I think it took about 2 or 3 streams to get all that done on the FormBot kit, and this seems to be going along a whole lot faster. So I'm going to start recording on some of the cameras. And hopefully that doesn't slow down things at all. Showing kind of slow on the, no drop frames though. But I'm used to getting like 25 kilobits per second on the stream. How's the stream sounding, or quality for you guys? Let me check out what YouTube's saying. Stream health, excellent, okay. The bit rate's a little low according to OBS, but if it's coming through 5x5 for you guys, then that's good. So let's bring up the manual, and we can see what we're going to be getting into today. What scene do I want to use? Desktop. How's that music adjustment? Can you guys still hear it, but it's not overbearing at all? Hopefully. So we are going to be doing the AB drives next. I've got the motors out along with our bearings and our pulleys and our grub screws somewhere. And then we all have all the hardware should be prepared, and we are going to start on our A drive. Music is good on my end now, awesome. So I went ahead and decided to go with the green parts for this. Just looking at the frame, kind of trying to keep that halo Master Chief theme in mind. I feel like the black frame is going to be accented really well by making essentially our primary color the green, and then our accent colors the black and the gray. Just because I feel like if I make it the black, it's just going to be black on black, and I don't think that would look that good. But yeah, so we need to get our heat press out and heat it up. I think I can kind of move the frame off to the side for a little while we work on this. Find a good spot for him. I'm gonna set him on top of the other V0 for now. Project in Dad's Garage, how's ERKFA 2 coming along? I think you said you had mostly gotten it kind of working, maybe, kinda, a little bit. All right, start him heating up. Chat's a little cut off, I think. And can I quickly move that up without destroying stuff? Let's see. Blocked? No. Desktop chat. Not sure why it all of a sudden started cutting off a couple text, but kind of annoying. There we go. Let's see, we need our threaded inserts. We will eventually need our shims. And what else? Waiting for a Pi 4 to come tomorrow. I think my MCU issues might be to do with the Pi 3 getting overloaded during the complex computation. Gotcha. I haven't heard of anybody mentioning kind of if there are specific Pi needs for, or compute power needs for running ERKFA, but I can see why. You're doing a whole lot more computation, as you mentioned. So we need to start, and I guess I'm gonna kind of maybe do both sets at the same time. A tiny bit of water left in these. But let's start doing some threaded inserts. Let's see what the best cam. I switched my camera angles around again. So we've got this angle, which I'm not sure is the best. But I've got this guy on a completely separate tripod now so that I can move him around and it hopefully won't get as shaky. Well, it's gonna be super shaky while you're moving it, Brian. But and then we always have the overhead. And then now that I think about it, my overhead is with the chat a little kind of not showing the best angle either. There we go. How would it Dad's Garage say? Other than that, it works great. I am running things a little different than most and running some extra stuff for networking. Gotcha. Making it yours, your Voron, your ERKFA. So we need 3 threaded inserts. 2 of these threaded inserts need to sit below the surface by, I don't know, I guess that's like a millimeter. But the middle one needs to be flush. And let's go ahead with that. You need like a model warthog to look at for figuring out what colors should go where. I do have some Halo stuff upstairs. I maybe need to bring that down next stream. I've got a little bit of an extreme, we won't say obsession, but a fervent excitement over Halo stuff. So I've got a lot of the special edition controllers and consoles and art books and things like that. I have dug through them a little bit to kind of get a little bit of inspiration, but I figured for the most part sticking with the green would be good. I didn't like when they had a special edition console came out for Halo 5 and it was blue. And I'm like, that's not Halo. Well, I guess it matches Cortana, but yeah, it was like made after one of the other Spartans, and I'm like, no, I just want the Master Chief. Just give me the Master Chief. So middle one should be flush. And the two side ones should be a bit below flush. They're about even. It's still cutting off some of the chat. How can I fix that? Oh, it's different per scene. I'm gonna have to fix that off stream. I run a 400 person Halo clan on Discord. Oh, nice. I'm at the game now. Got slow in my old age. I can still keep up a little bit on PC, but on controller, I'm not able to hold my own. I used to go to a lot of the tournaments and not really like play at the pro level, but got pretty far in some tournaments. I was a good team player. I called out shots a whole lot in team shot. I could kind of play a little bit of a Slayer role. I liked a lot of stuff like some of the objective game types. I did really well at because I communicated really well. All right, so these two are sitting below flush and the middle one is like right at flush. This one can go down a tiny bit more, I think. As per usual, I tried to follow Steve's guidelines and made sure I kind of filed down all the surfaces where stuff will be mating so that they fit together. I wonder if people who have some bearing stack issues don't do that type of a step, and if that's kind of maybe the cause of it. I'm not sure, but does the solder press need a rail or is it just printed parts? It's using V-slot wheels. So this is the VLMP vertical linear motion press from Vector 3D. He's got the files online, and it just uses, I've got one eccentric nut on this one to kind of pull it close. So it's not like the Voron-esque one. So it doesn't use a linear rail. It's mostly printed parts. It's got a couple bearings up here. It's got, of course, the V-slot wheels and then V-slot wheels on the ballast side as well. So, yep. Sir McSquishy, hello. Thanks for hopping in. Hey, Jeff. No worries on being late. I was late, so I can't hold you guys too more accountable. It's not the stealth press, which was just released. Correct, that's what I was trying to think of. The stealth press, which Narrow built one recently, I think. What's the next step? We want to take our A, which they're fairly well labeled. And we want to find our A tensioner and slot that guy in there. Pretty straightforward. I think we can move on to the next step, which is another heat set insert. Trying to get the orientation correct. That looks right, right? That will go here. a little sandwich. But we need one more heat set insert in this hole, and I'll do both of them at the same time. But this one works fairly well. I'd say the stealth press is, you know, maybe a little overkill. But if you have a lot of kind of extra stuff around, like rails from building Vorons and other printers, then it might be the good way to go. I just like, I do like to support Adam. He has a lot of cool projects and he's been going through some stuff, so. Did you print or buy your parts? I printed all of these. I guess I can do a little bit of a refresher on the filaments we're using after I get this guy inserted. So all these parts were actually printed on my first V0, which was a FormBot kit. So trying to keep RepRap and Vorons printed on Vorons going. But let's grab our filaments. I think this is everything. You've got 4 colors. So all Polymaker. It's Polylite ABS except for the Army Green is the ASA. I don't think they have the Army Green in ABS. But we've got the dark gray Galaxy and the Galaxy Black. Then we've got gold as a little bit of an accent like Master Chief's visor. And of course the base color is going to be the green ASA. So yeah, I thought that was kind of pretty cool. I like Polymaker. I got to meet Nick and a lot of the Polymaker folks at Earth this year. And really been liking printing their filament. Let me get caught up. I couldn't get a kit for the one you have. Yeah, so since he's in the UK, he's not able, well, he says it's really not worth it for people to buy kits. So if you're willing to self-source, I had like 90% of all the parts on hand just from building printers and things like that. But you can buy the files from him if you do want to show some support. I don't have any extrusions or eccentric nuts in my stuff. I was just curious if I could be made made out of my on-hand parts. Just look up like heat press on printables. There's a few different ones. There's one from Adafruit, which doesn't use eccentric nuts. If you got an old printer laying around that has V-wheels on it, you can maybe take it off those. But nice, I'm printing my Trident parts on my V0 and 2.4 right now. Nice. A great color combo, thank you. They're cut off on frame. I'll give you one more look. I need to get the camera angles better. Some of these do have filament inside of them and some of them don't, so it's a little hard to balance. Oops, just dropped the box. Here we go. It's a little blown out, but hopefully you can see okay. So all Polylite, it's just the Army Green is, nope, that's the wrong green. So this is the first green I got, it's just their plain green, and it's a little kind of foresty green for my taste. So then I found that they had the Army Green in ASA. So we went ahead and used the Army Green. That'll hopefully be a nice little screenshot of all the colors. What color frame? The frame is black. I don't have any extrusion up here. I looked to try to get a green frame, and LDO had them for V0 kits at one point, but they don't anymore as far as I can see from any of the the main suppliers. I contacted Jason, and he said it's just not a color that they're gonna kind of keep up with. I think they're gonna continue to do space gray, blue, and red, but yeah. I want to do them in metallic, ABS, or ASA. Hey, Harjo, shout out to A Simpler Time when I knew you from the intro you made. Oh, was that for X Factor? A long time ago? Been a few. Welcome back, thanks for hopping in. I have this nasty habit of fixing and keeping all my printers running even when it doesn't really make sense to. Yeah, I've got two Ender 3s, a CR10 and a T-Bow Tornado that I print a couple PLA things on every once in a while, but for the most part, they're just kind of sitting around. Hell yeah, awesome. That green wouldn't have matched anyway, yeah. My stealth changer is LDO orange frame. Are you doing a stealth burner tool changer? A small decade ago, yeah, it's been a while. Welcome back, we're building 3D printers on stream now. That's kind of my thing. I think this is our A part right here, and this is the B part. And we need M3 by 35s. I really like having this organizer that Modbot designed to store our hardware. We need our bearings, which I have on hand. 6 Dragon Burner V4 2.4 tool changer. That's going to be pretty awesome. LDO orange frames for the win. My Trident is beta orange frame. Nice. Their colored frames are really nice. I've seen a lot of people go, is it DLL PDF? That a lot of people are starting to source frames from as well. Wow, that looks really good with the black frame. Thank you. I'm pretty happy with the color combination so far. So we need our 2 M3 by 35s. We go in the tall hole and the middle hole. You can use our 1, 2, 3 block to kind of hold those. DLL PDF, yeah, I got to meet them at IRF this year. They had a booth set up at IRF. They have V0.2 color, and pretty much any color you want, I think. I think you can even contact them about custom colors. Yeah, the powder coated. And they do everything in a machine shop, which is pretty cool too. All right, first bearing stack. First thing we need to do is hold these in a way that they won't fall through. And I need my printed spacers. Where are my printed spacers? I thought I had everything. I actually took 10 minutes before stream to try to collect everything, and of course I forgot something. Hey PF Dennis, thanks for hopping in. Ooh. I know you're a frequenter of many of the streams. So I think this is the first part I have printed in gold that we're actually going to be using. I don't have it in any other color. Oh, I have green. What do you think? Green or gold for the printed spacer? You're never going to see it really, are you? What just fell? Oh, my heat gun. What do you guys think? Green or gold? Doesn't matter, I don't think. Need to get some gold in there? Okay. It's like you don't see these really at all in the AB motors, I don't think. But we'll go with the gold. Need to get some gold in there, yeah. I think so too. All right, so on this guy, we'll do our first bearing stack. The only problem I have with this is making sure that this guy stays long enough. I don't know, maybe we can stick something through it. That'll kind of hold that screw in place, because otherwise there's not a good way to kind of keep it from falling down. But we need washer, and that screw fell out. This is finicky thing number 75 about the build. Washer, bearing, oh, wrong one. Washer, bearing, bearing. You guys check me on this. Washer, washer, bearing, 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 washer. Did I get it right? The Voron bearing stack, we got washer, bearing, bearing, washer, washer, bearing, bearing, washer. I think that's right for the first one. And then on this one we have printed spacer, washer. Trying to make sure I only pick up a single one. Bearing, bearing. Washer. I love the Polymaker Gold. I got it to make a Resident Evil mask for a customer. I want to use it for a build some sort. Almost use it for your ERFA. It's really pretty gold. It's not too yellow, it's not too orange. That's the problem I've had with a lot of other golds. Correct. Make sure you're using shims, yes. Did you guys see that? It's the shims. They should be 0.5. I guess this would be a good time to kind of check that. The Warmbot shims are definitely averaging above 0.5. They were all pretty close, so I think it meant that they all came in about the same. I'm getting 0.6 on the, it depends on how hard you squeeze it. These are pretty close. These are plastic calipers. My metal ones, the battery ran out, and I'm waiting for a battery. It uses some kind of a special battery I had to order off Amazon. Yeah, depending on how hard I squeeze it, it comes in at between 0.5 and 0.6. So we'll say, do you see it kind of move between them? We'll say they're 0.55. And let me measure like 1 or 2. See how consistent they are. Same thing. You guys see it kind of bounce depending on how hard I press on it. So I don't think they're super more precise than the ones that came in the Formbot kit. More consistent though. But yeah, we're using the shims. They came in a bag like this. What do we have next? We join the two pieces together. Make sure we don't lose these screws. And really, there's kind of like a keyed connector right here, so you can only kind of put them in one fashion. Which should be that. And then now I can finally turn it back around, and hopefully we don't have to worry as much about them falling out for now. We want to take a measurement, and this should be approximately 18 millimeters. Let's see how close we are. Getting about 18.3, 0.2. Again, depending on how hard I press out, but that'll probably come together a little bit as we tighten things down. I lost my mouse. I think we're good on that step. Next, we want to take M3 by 30s. Put them on the other side. Here. And here. And those will go into our threaded inserts that were a little bit below flush. I guess that's why they need to be a little bit below flush, to make sure that these screws will actually reach them. And then we need to set up our motors. So I've got the motors in this box. I have enjoyed kind of how nice and organized everything tends to stay with the LDO kit. I am like a crazy organizer on my own, so even with the FormBot kit, which was much more of a bomb in a box, just like all the parts kind of thrown in there, I took the time to organize them and put them in these little red bins that you see around. So it wasn't that big of a deal, but you know, if you're not big into organizing, LDO's packaging and individually boxing stuff is pretty nice for not having just a giant mess of parts everywhere. TSC sells a bulk pack of button cell and lithium cell batteries of like 80 for 10 bucks. Has sizes for calipers. I think it was 357 when I looked it up. There's like different designators. There's like the CR rating, and then there's, I don't know if the 357 is like the diameter or something like that, but that's good to know. I'll look it up. Thank you for that tip. We need one of the motors. Doesn't matter which one will be our, which bearing stack are we working on? B? No, A. And we need our GT2 20-tooth pulleys. I think the bearings and pulleys can be a little bit of a kind of hard to judge quality piece. In the Voron Discord for the V0.2, I do see a few people having issues with their motion, and it seems like it's possible that they don't have the highest quality pulleys in their system or bearings. So we need either our tool or these guys. So there is a printed tool that is in the instructions that shows you how to set the height for the 20-tooth pulley on the motor. But there was a really cool mod that I saw by Adam from Vector 3D where he made printed parts that do the same thing. So you can see one of these is for like the A belt and one of these is for the B belt, and it helps you place the pulley. And I think it's a little bit easier to get it placed versus the tool. Again, we're on the A battery. So with the tool, you set it up like this, and you kind of have to hold it in place while you get everything tightened down. And so that's the lower one. But with this guy, it's set up so that you just put it right there. And then you kind of pull up on it like this. and that should be the perfect spacing. We'll check it after we get everything screwed in. There's no flat on, no, there is a flat on this shaft that we need to align. But I thought that was pretty cool. I feel like it's a little bit easier to hold on to this and get the measurement kind of pretty precise, assuming you have a fairly precise printer. But yeah, we're gonna go with this and then I'll double check it. And we need our pre-thread locked grub screws, which is kind of nice. That's definitely something I haven't noticed in very many other kits that kind of sets LDO apart a little bit. We'll put it into our hex tray. What does this guy need? I already have it out. Hey Truggy. Thanks for hopping in the stream. Kind of back this out so it resets to make sure. Oh, till it falls out. Having a hard time getting it to right, and I don't want to strip it. So I usually back it out until it kind of seats itself perfectly and then start threading it. It actually starts to get a little tough to thread towards before I would expect. All right, we're just about flush there. Now let's set everything back up. So you can see we're using the spacer to get the right gap. We're gonna tighten that guy down. And then if we use our tool, we're pretty on the money. I don't know, I just noticed that when I tried to use this guy and get this kind of hold everything in place and get this set, it was just kind of hard for me to manage, but this little tool seemed to make it a little bit more easy and consistent to get it. So yeah, shout out to Adam from Vector 3D. Some cool little feature adds or mods or jigs or fixtures. I forget what the difference is. Like, isn't there a difference between a jig and a fixture? One is to kind of hold two pieces together or something, or assembly together, and the other is to kind of do with tooling. I worked at an engineering components group, and I recall the engineers talking about the differences. I was an engineering assistant. Process engineering assistant. I used to carry parts around literally from table to table and count the number of steps, so that we could use like lean engineering to kind of figure out the best floor layouts and stuff. So here is where it says to use the M3 washers, but I don't know that I had a different bag of M3 washers. I wish my company would spend some time doing that. So yeah, that was my whole job, was going over floor plans, We had to take in consideration all the OSHA spacing for stuff, like especially large machineries have to have a certain amount of square foot around them. That's like a safe zone, and you have to have certain barriers up, and all that stuff took space. So I learned how to use AutoCAD to do floor plans, and we would take that into consideration. And then we try to do like 4 or 5 options with layouts. Where do you put all the part bins so everybody can kind of either centrally get them, or do you have everybody have their own set of parts bins that, you know, takes more time to keep track of and keep stock of. So we used to do some Kanban stuff. We used to do some, was it Six Sigma or Sigma 6? I forget what it was, but you should never use ball-end driver unless you have no choice. That's why you're having trouble getting the driver out. These are, where did I put it? These are kind of RC style. They're very sharp edge. It's not gonna focus that close, I don't think. So these aren't ball end. They just really, really bite into the hardware when you're tightening them down. Hey, Martin. So yeah, they're not ball end. I just think that they bite into the ends of the screws kind of aggressively. Was this a 30 or 35? Oh, no problem. I did have to learn that lesson the hard way. On the last build, I started out using ball ends. And even these kind of bits, I noticed would strip out with the form-bought hardware pretty frequently and easily. So I ended up getting a set of the Fabrico RC style bits, which have that same kind of, I think these are like tungsten or something. Very hard, very sharp edges. But yeah, for whatever reason, they kind of bite into the screws, I noticed a little bit. So now we're going to actually take our M5x35s. Need 4 of them. 4 washers. The black coating makes them a little tight, gotcha. Put these in the hex tray. Load them up. So happy to see you were live. Hey, John. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. One. Trying to pick these up with my skin pressure. Maybe I should get the tweezers out. That would probably make it easier to get the individual pieces of hardware I'm looking for. But then you drop it. Daniel from Modbot uses ball-end drivers. It drives you crazy, but I've never said anything about it. I mean, if he gets a good build out of it, and maybe it's a little bit harder than it needs to be, but yeah, I definitely recommend using it. Even LDO calls it out a little bit in their guide. Hope everyone is having a good Friday. Pretty good Friday. We're building 3D printers, so I'm always happy when that's happening. So next we're going to try not to drop any hardware. Insert our 4 screws, and then I'm going to grab the motor. Make sure we face the leads the right way. So if we hold it like this, the lead should come out to the same side as the tension screw. Place that up into there. I'm started. Got my LTT stubby screwdriver. I always tend to do things in a kind of cross star pattern. Just because a lot of the instructions I do tell you to do stuff that way. Not sure it's necessary. I like that Logitech keyboard. Yeah, it's Bluetooth. It just has no, it's wireless. It's 2.4. So there's a little dongle that you plug into your computer. I think you can use the Logitech Unified dongles with it as well. But yeah, it's kind of nice for being able to move around. You do good work. You're on the top of my list of builders. You have just enough OCD and perfectionism. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. I try not to overdo it, and I try to hide a little bit from you guys. So, this one is the K400 Plus. I have one for my streaming rig over there as well, the same model. And yeah, it's enough. It's super light. The keys are not like a nice feeling key or anything like that, but it works for, you know, just kind of reading through manuals and doing basic Voron built stuff. All right, so that's mostly tightened down. Is that whole AB motor done? Next up, we want to check our belt path. You guys see that? Looks pretty good. One thing, Timit was in the stream the last time when I built the FormBot kit, and he mentioned that you can use the belt to make sure that the alignment is good. I'm not sure we're gonna get to the belts today. We'll see how long it takes. But you can kind of preliminarily run your belt through as a little bit of a dress rehearsal, and then use that to make sure that your pulley alignment is right. The last time I thought that was a pretty good shout and went ahead and did it. I get it passed through the right way. Maybe I should do it the opposite. I did that the wrong way. You go in that way. So hopefully this means I won't do it the wrong way when we actually get to this part and run the belts for real, for real. Dongle won't work for iPad. I'm not sure if this one does Bluetooth and wireless. There's definitely one very similar to it that Logitech makes that is Bluetooth. But there, can you guys see that? You can kind of just use your belt run to look at things and make sure that your bearings align well with the teeth. And if I start to move the belts back and forth a little bit, I can kind of look and make sure everything's, that the belts aren't kind of running up on the pulley or on the idlers. I think we look pretty good. So I thought that was cool. So if, you know, say you had gotten things off a little bit, you could use the belt, put some tension on it, run the pulley around until you can get to the set screw, loosen both the set screws, kind of use this to move the pulley in place like so, and then once you have it, then you can align your set screw and retighten everything down. Do you have gold nuts for the tensioners? I have gold and gray. So we have the light gray, which just adds a little bit of contrast without making it too flashy. Or we have the gold. Maybe I'll do one, well, not in the final build, but once we get to, what am I trying to say? Once we get to actually having both of them put together, maybe I'll put one on one and one on the other, and we can see, what did I just drop? The spacer, which we don't need again. Don't lose the belt spray. Gold. That's twice in a row you voted for gold. Can tell you're a fan of that. I think I'm going to unplug the heatset. On the work. Alignment's pretty good. Ugh, this mic kind of flops over every once in a while. If that alignment is good, I think we're pretty good to go. So yeah, let me put gold on this one. Make project in Dad's garage happy. And then you have to be careful because these two screws, well, actually no, we can tighten those down, can't we? I did not do that. There's a couple screws in here hanging loose, and you don't want to let them fall out. So these two screws are just kind of hanging out there, so don't turn it upside down and let them fall. I may or may not have done that the last build. Then we're going to repeat for the B drive. We've already done our heat sets on the bottom of that guy. We've already done it on the side for that guy. We want to take our, you can see where I filed even this part down because it was facing up. So we have good sliding motion here. Take that guy and sit him in here. I think I'd have this memorized by now. And bearing stack number 2. We need our M5 by 35s. Someone has to advocate for it. I would do the nuts in the tool head cowl in gold. Just a little touch, but more than one place so it doesn't look like you randomly printed replacement part. Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. I kind of planned this out in Fusion a little bit, but I have like 5 different options now. I want to find something that's really, really good for kind of holding this in place. Maybe one of these no drop nuts will hold that screw in place pretty well. Top tip, maybe. Because otherwise, if you just use your finger, it won't be long enough to actually build the bearing stack. And then you can kind of set it like this. 1, 2, 3 block. And we're going to start with a washer, bearing, washer, roger. I don't know why that popped into my head. Star Wars, I guess. Pulls out tweezers, doesn't use tweezers. Bearing. You can actually see a little bit of the oil from the bearings. I've never cleaned or re-lubed these kind of bearings, but hopefully it's something better than just shipping oil. All right, that bearing stack is done. Now we need washer up. I tried to be slick. messed up. I don't think we're gonna get to the tool head tonight, but that's kind of where I think the color combination really comes in and looks pretty cool. I think I did show it off in a previous stream though. Bearing. Already had a washer down there. Washer, bearing. Washer. Some of these washers you do have to make sure you don't accidentally pick up two. And then printed spacer. I think both our bearing stacks should be good. Washer, bearing, washer, bearing, washer, and then washer, bearing, washer, spacer. Looks good to me. And I think we just mate them up now. Again, there's a little keyed part to make sure you don't put it in wrong. You have it right side up. I can drop the boozers. We still have 100% recovery rate on dropped things. Nothing has disappeared into Narnia so far. Do a little bit of a measurement. That one seems a little bit bigger. Maybe I need to file down. There we go. There's a lost bearing stack. Maybe I need to file down some of this a little bit better. We'll see if I keep that 100% recovery rate. I need to find my file though. Sorry if I touched the mic and blew up your ears. Party file, yeah. So I'm just gonna file down these mating surfaces a little bit. And we need to rebuild these bearing stacks. At least I didn't, you know, like break a printer door, Uncle Jesse style. All right, we go again, eh? Washer. Bearing. Washer. Bearing. Washer. I think we did lose one washer. Oh, no, here he is. Maybe lower your top surface extrusion factor. I've been playing with, this mic keeps flipping around inside of my shirt. I've been playing with both the top extrusion factor and then also the infill perimeter overlap, trying to find a balance where it doesn't over extrude and I have to file things down, but it doesn't also leave a whole lot of gaps between the infill and the perimeters, and I can't seem to find like a good kind of balance between them so far. So I do think we lost at least a few bearings, or washers. That is a good tip for anybody having similar issues. I think Steve noted on some of my printed parts that he thought that the top surface was a bit over extruded. Washer, bearing. Washer. And it's spacer. I think one of those flew across the floor. Is that it? Washer, bearing, printed spacer. Yes. Top and bottom perimeters to one to help with the gaps. That's true. I haven't considered that. I know some people, I thought I remember somebody maybe increasing their extrusion width for the top and bottom layers to maybe help solve that too. So you need less perimeters. All right, turn it over and flip it down again. This time, don't spill the beans. I might actually just leave that guy in there for a little while. But if I do drop something or mess something up, only one will disappear. Oh, and I say that and he falls out. We're at 18.3. I mean, that's gonna, as I tighten stuff down, it's gonna get a little bit better. I also run extrusion width for infill at like 160. I have, my profile is fairly close. Maybe not when I printed these, but now my profile is fairly close to Andrew Ellis's PIF profile, which I think does 160%. We need 30s. Go and the forward pieces. I think these two can get tightened down. I would really like if there was like a somewhat of a centralized repo with more up-to-date Voron profiles. I don't know if that's a weird thing. Like, I would love it if I could get Andrew Ellis's profile in every single slicer. So it would take the work of somebody kind of porting them over to every single slicer. But like I use, what is it called? Orca Slicer, and I had to manually kind of change some of his super slicer settings over to work with Orca Slicer. It probably does. I once upon a time started with his PIF profile, yeah. I don't know, I just noticed that when I loaded up like the Voron V0 profile in Orca Slicer, it's for like a V0.1, and I didn't feel like super sure that it was a up-to-date modern profile. How did this one work like that? That ain't right, is it? Do I need the other one? Orca Slicer's standard Voron profile are junk. I maybe concur with that. Let's see, our B needs to be way up there. So that's like that. But I think we can just get our, where are these guys? Just get these started. Zero drop frames today. I'm very happy with that. I've really been playing around a whole lot with settings, doing some test streams, following YouTube tutorials. I can still slide that guy up and down a little bit. Put in our second. That doesn't want to get on your home. It's also magnetic, or the bit is just causing issues. Get him started. Help if I yeah, it's interesting that these bite into the screws so much. Maybe it is the metal oxide coating. Use this guy to space it correctly. Hold it steady. Tighten them down. Titanium nitride, maybe that's what these were. I think I just made tungsten up. But yeah, they're like the RC style is what I always see them called online. And that spacing is pretty good. So I like these. I just feel like I can secure the pulleys to the motors a little bit more confidently with them. I don't think you need to print them out, but they're kind of a nice to have. M5 by 35 with washers. Where's our washer bag? Washer bag. We got two. Oh, there it is. It's under the calipers. They're really hard to pick up. So what are you printing with the ERCFA? Are you doing a lot of multicolored printed parts? I know you said you were doing some like client work, like a mask. I do have a MMU2 with an MMU 2 to 3 upgrade kit that I plan on building eventually. So that'll probably be my start with multicolored, multi-extruder, or kind of multi-extruder. I guess it's a single extruder. No, multi-extruder, right? Multi-material extruder. Would you consider the MMU a single extruder? It's a single hot end. That just skated somewhere. Slide for me. I think I tightened that down a little bit too much. Honestly, I have nothing planned for it wise. I just like building stuff, yeah. I print printers more often than I print any other kind of projects at the moment. Or parts for printers. think to loosen this a tiny bit more. MMU is multicolor single extruder. Yeah, it's still got this single direct drive. And I guess the MMU 2 is really just getting the right color filament down to the single direct drive. This guy goes this way. I'm always printing printer parts, running out of room. Yeah, that's what I want to build, like a Trident or a, well, I want to build both a Trident and a 2.4. And I feel like for both of them, I'm going to end up doing a 250 just because I'm not sure where I would put them. I don't think I have space for anything much bigger. So we already know what Dad's Garage's vote is. But the gold against the light gray, well, this is technically dark gray, but we have until we do our first print to make any changes. Got an itch on my nose. So it's interesting that I used exactly one of those tubes. Jack votes for gray. Dad's Garage votes for gold. Yeah, we're 50-50. I'm indecisive. I really want to do a VZ bot and sort out the all-wheel drive issues people are having. Frustrating to know what's wrong and how to mitigate the issue, but no one listens. Yeah, I guess, you know, show them by doing it would probably be the best solution for that. But it's a pretty expensive kit and project from what I've seen. We are done with the AB motor drives. Assuming I did everything right. I guess I need to check the belt path on this as well. Eyeballing it, it looks pretty good. We can also do our same belt test. To make sure everything aligns fairly well. I can eyeball it and see that we did our belt path right. Or I'm sorry, our bearing stacks correctly at the very least. And don't let me turn this upside down and lose this bearing stack, these bearing stacks, please. Shout out to Timit for kind of showing me this method. If you have any doubt about whether or not you built your bearing stacks correctly or you spaced out your pulley correctly, this kind of helps just drive home and confirm that. Gold looks 270s, Brady Bunch kitchen. That would be Harvest Gold. I was there, I'm old. Definitely not cheap. All right. Did they actually have us put these on yet? We just checked our belt paths. We put the nut on there. Yes, we can go grab our frame. Maybe that'll inform our decision on color a little bit. We do have that tiny splash of gold in there that nobody's ever gonna see. So this is A. It goes this way, right? And the other one is B. And it goes this way. And we need to align our preloaded nuts. Stuff where you guys can actually see it. I need to maybe scoot the camera out a bit more. Do that off stream. We need M3x35s. The Brady Bunch. That's the way we became. I think that will be aligned. But no, we need 2 washers there, right? Because this goes into this tall extrusion, or this extrusion end. Don't get that stuck in my head. Sorry. Sorry, Matt. Sorry. And kids these days don't even know about the Brady Bunch. I think that is actually in there. Guys, well, I'm completely blocking your guys' view. We need 2 M3x35s. I think I got all the nuts aligned fairly well straight from the get-go. Somehow zoom. No. You know what I can do? I can zoom out a bit. No, that's not what I wanted to do. This? It's just not working the way I expected whatsoever. You guys can see my belly. That's all I needed to do in the first place, just turn it that way a little bit. These kids these days don't know about much. They know about TikTok dances. Are we going into boomer mode now? I can't tell if that's not parallel to the ground whatsoever. Scoot it forward. Okay, one more M5x35 here. I assume I don't want to over tighten those to compress our bearing stacks too much. Does that all look right to you guys? The real reason I stream is so that I have somebody to let me know when I mess something up royally. That one gets aligned here, somewhat in the middle. Start this guy. Start this guy. So far, so good. Thank you, Jack. This guy might not be aligned well. By boomer chat, I just meant old people shaking their fist at young things kind of vibes. Not the actual generation. There we go, now he's finally started. LDO Motors mounted. Whoop. Too far, too fast. That's not bad. Now we're gonna do the idlers. So for the idlers, I actually printed the lazy cam idler mod, but we're not gonna install them initially. The plan is to build stuff stock. And then that will be a mod. Have you guys seen the lazy cam mod? So instead of having to use a tool, they've got like little flipper upper things on the inside that you can just kind of flip up to lock and unlock. I thought it was pretty neat when I saw somebody post it somewhere. I think I'm missing one piece of this. Where's that? So this is the lazy cam part. So instead of using a tool in there, there's a little flappy piece that attaches to the cam. So you just literally flip it up and down. Here's one like partially assembled. Kind of cool. I know a lot of people have had problems when the little Voron tool wasn't working well for them, and or if they used what is it, like an M5 or something like that, it was kind of stripping out the cams. So printables, search for lazy cams, one word, and you'll find it. I am missing one piece of our idlers. Got 1, 2. Unless we want to do them in black, which I don't. Go over there to our other printed pieces. I'll alter mine just to have a slot for the screwdriver, yeah. My box set includes MacGyver, Dukes of Hazzard, Speed Racer. I used to watch Speed Racer on Cartoon Network late at night, I think. Idler piece, oh idler piece, where are you? Top hat pieces, side panel pieces. Maybe that's one of the parts that hit the ground. That'll be the first unrecovered piece. I'm sure it'll take all of 3 minutes to reprint. We'll do one more walkabout. That's frustrating. I know I've had all 4 of these pieces together in like the last 2 days. And then as soon as I go to build the actual printer. Or possibly I might have the right parts to do the lazy cams immediately. But if I put one mod on immediately, I feel like I'm gonna end up just doing all of the mods. Where did you go? Have all the Speed Racer Johnny Lightning cars hanging up. Wow, my fingers are fat tonight. What'd you misspell? I think I'm gonna have to load up that filament and reprint an idler piece because I'm not seeing. Ah, that's so frustrating. Do you guys know that feeling? There's like a bottom and a top. I don't want to give up on that little piece because as soon as I print it, I'm going to find it. All right, I'm gonna warm up the printer. They don't see it. Fire up Orca Slicer. Unload the Galaxy Black that's in there. I'll keep looking for it. Not in one of these bins, is it? First missing piece. Although I didn't print out the, what was it called? The diffuser the other day, so maybe this is the second missing piece. I gotta go find the parts. Voron 0. STL. Which ones am I missing? I guess I need to identify. So the tall boy goes on the front right, and it's got a short below it, like that. And then I need the B bottom. B idler lower. B is on the left, right? It's BA. 2 volts for gold. Like the gold and green versus the green and green? What about the green and gray? Can you tell that that's a light gray? Not like on the perimeter, is it? Just like hanging out on the edge lording it up. Looks green for you. B is on the left, okay. Re-download this piece. I have it downloaded somewhere, but for the sake of time. Work the slicer. Make sure we are, is it 4, 5, and 5? And 40%? Cubic. Polymaker. Green 2. I should probably just order an extra spool just to have around. Okay. It's 2 different looks. I like them both, but the green and gray has a military utilitarian look to it. Gold is nice contrast though, both are good. Yellow would look awesome. Now you're just kind of throwing extra choices in there. All right, can we do the A idler first? Which ones do they have us do? Tall piece, what's the hardware? M5 by 35, which we already have out. Damn, I can't make up my mind, gotcha. M5 by 35, then we need washer. These tweezers are not working out. I tried to be nice and precise. Can't remember who I watched the other day. I think it was 3D Maker Nude was building the Milo, and I saw him using tweezers to pull out every part individually, and I was like, oh, that looks really smart and consistent. Maybe I'll do that. I'm not patient or precise enough, I don't think. We got washer, bearing, and we need another washer. Gold reminds me of Nero's chocolate printer, and I hate that thing. Do you hate like his color choices on it? Or just the idea of a chocolate printer? I just built one, it's kind of fun, a cocoa press. That's what it's called, right? Okay, we should be purged over here. I see green. I think we can send it. I mean, this is my favorite thing about a V0 is 19 minutes, that's actually longer than I thought it would take. So my wall infill overlap is currently 25%. I think I can lower that to 23. And then for quality, top layer, extrusion multiplier. .98. See how that turns out. Oh, you guys couldn't see that very much, could you? I want a chocolate printer, and I think it's the only one the old lady would approve of. Not really, just ugly chocolate. I like the chocolate, and it tastes good, but I guess I just miss the chocolate printer thing. Doesn't really interest you. Gotcha. It's probably not for everybody. I think the spousal approval factor is kind of one of the main reasons people like it. Send it. We are still at 0 dropped frames. I'm really, really happy about that. So for this guy, how do they expect you to turn this over without this completely falling out? Like that. Second bearing stack dropped. Found the washer though. Finicky V0 things are finicky. I want my 3D prints to look better and be stronger, not look worse and get eaten. Yeah, go ahead and send me, if there's a way to send it through Discord, feel free to, I'd appreciate it. This goes this way. That I think is right. Gosh, this is so hard to not mess up and lose. Take a 35. The bearing stack is the same for both of these. Washer. Put your driver in the end of the screw. Yeah, but I guess you're meant to just put them on right away, I guess. They kind of show you doing one at a time, so So you kind of have to like put one down. Printer is still heating up. The bed's going to take a little while, unfortunately. The slowest part. Of the FormBot V0. And this guy will go on there when it's done. Yep. The slant inward goes here. We need another M5 by 35 screw. We'll kind of lock everything into place. I can't find a good profile for Orca. I'm just using the stock Voron profiles with minor tweaks that might even have made them worse. I find printer profiles that work, or I tweak them enough that they're working, but I don't think that they're like optimized or the best. That's why I appreciate like Andrew Ellis is putting his out, but I kind of have to convert them over from from Super Slicer to Orca Slicer, and I'm not sure I always get them like one-to-one. I think that looks right. Hey Tiger, welcome to the chat. We're still heating up. It tells us to put in our cams. I forget which colors I have for those. You know what I bet is gonna happen? As soon as that starts printing or it's done, I'm gonna find the original part. It's like when you get up to go to the bathroom at a restaurant, that's when the food comes. Cam locks, cam locks, cam locks. Built this kit a few months ago. I love it. I want to do another. I'm loving this build. It's going a whole lot smoother on my second build. I'm enjoying it a whole lot more, a lot less nervous. So this is the V0.2-S1 version of the cam, which just has the hex profile instead of the Voron profile. Come on, we're at 95 out of 105 degrees. You can check our belt path. It's aligned with the bottom of the B motor. I can send them to you too. 6 weeks of testing, building and dialing them in if they can help others. Makes the time seem a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, I wonder if you can put them up on, maybe not a Voron user mod, but maybe just up on GitHub or something and share them out. I think there's a lot of people who are kind of just like not the best at tuning slicer profiles that would appreciate it. those will be right once that print is done. So now we can move on to our Z motor. That's not a bad idea. Or Steve Builds or someone's Discord, either. If they get up on GitHub though, I figured, you know, in any Discord, everybody could just kind of reference it. So we need our Z motion stuff. I did not expect that. Z motor is back here. Palm nut is in there as well. We probably don't need the Z motor lead for now. This guy out of the box. All right. Printer is heating up. The extruder, full print temp. Don't need these idler bearings. I don't remember what was in there. You don't need him. Okay, what is your guys' opinion on the palm nut? If I recall correctly, Steve said he did not ever use it, the anti-backlash nut. It's obviously been included by the designer for a reason. I put one on my FormBot kit. I didn't notice any specific, you know, reasons to say, oh yeah, that's really, really good. Good evening. Hey, Caleb. Yeah, do that, and I'll share it and probably put links in my videos to it. We're gonna need access to the bottom of the printer. The printer from the bottom and back. The palm nut goes up, right? Is it? Like so? I guess I need to go back to the instructions. So, Kirigami Bed, where's that at? The wiring. Did they just not have instructions for like how to do the palm nut? What about the build notes? So what page are we on now? 92? I guess I should have been checking back here to the build notes to make sure I didn't miss any. We didn't really have any build notes since page 52. It does say the spring and top part of the backlash nut does not attach until later. Okay, so we only need the bottom part of the anti-backlash nut. But which way do we screw it in from? The bottom, I guess. But it'll go like so. We need M3x12 button heads. So it seems like this will go here. And then that goes up and we screw it in from the top with M3x12. So I get them started by hand. Is this the type of thing, I can't remember, should I leave these pretty loose until we get the actual Z motor threaded rod through here? Just to let stuff self-align a little bit. It's a little loose right now. Don't have to worry about that step, I don't think. You don't have the equivalent. We need to preload some nuts. Let's orient the printer the same way. I think these are mostly going to be all for the panel, right? 3 and 3. Where are our nuts? Oh, they're all over here. How's it going tonight, Caleb? I was surprised nobody was streaming tonight. I feel like somebody often streams on Friday nights. 2. And 3. And then 1. Narrow sometimes does, yeah. I guess he did the Milo stream earlier today, right? I didn't watch all of that live. I kind of watched it when I got back from work in 2x speed. Does anybody else do that? I wouldn't be surprised if people watch my stuff and fast forward. Next up, reoriented. 3, 3, 3 and 3. No, 3, 3, 3 and 4. I guess 4 back here is for the... Why is there 4 back here? LDO say something about the spool holder. Page 93 skip, optional. We recommend the LDO use 1 screw, so preload 3 nuts. I forgot you could watch at higher speeds. I do it to catch up sometimes, so like if I don't catch a stream at the very beginning, but I want to be able to like see what happens, but also chat with people, I'll watch, like I'll catch up in 2x speed and then hopefully be able to, before the streamer ends, be able to start chatting with people and be up to date. Screws here. I think MKBHD today did a poll on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, formerly known as Twitter, about what speed people typically watch. I notice I watch stuff in 2x a lot that I'm kind of more consuming than watching. Either informational videos. Having built the FormBot V0 as well, how do you think the finish on the panels compare? I was really impressed with the chamfered edge on the LDO panels. I have not had a FormBot V0 kit. The FormBot V0 kit panels are all polycarbonate from what I've heard, or from what they say. The edges were all pretty clean on them. I really liked the material that they were coated in. It was like a plastic that you could just easily peel off, as opposed to any kind of like brown paper, which some of you guys know is like terrible to try to get off. I couldn't tell if they were laser cut or CNC'd or anything like that. This bottom deck panel is much nicer than the FormBot one. I can say that for sure. But the clear panel ones, I'm not sure if there's much of a difference I've noticed yet. The FormBot panels have gotten a little foggy in certain places, just where you can see ABS kind of dust building up. I've cleaned it a couple times, and most of it has come off, but not everything. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Any more preloaded nuts? It's just a nut check. So we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Didn't we need to do some nuts on the inside here? Did I skip that step? We had to do some on the inside somewhere, right? Yeah, my 2.4 panels are terrible with ABS residue. I gave up trying to clean them. We had to have some preloaded nuts for the doors. Did I skip that? Yes, we need to load 4 nuts in here, and they need to be the special nut carriers. So, a big mistake I ran into last time, if you load in the 4 preloaded nuts with the standard nut carriers, the magnet pieces for the doors, the spacing is actually too close for these. So, somewhere online, somebody devised these 2-piece nuts that have a closer spacing. Do you guys see that? And these need to be used inside of here. On the FormBot kit, it took a whole lot of doing to get that fixed when I was building this. So that's something I specifically want to call out to make sure nobody else had to go through the trouble I did. And this guy doesn't want to go in. Oh, nuts. Don't use IPA? Yeah. You don't want to use IPA, you don't want to use ammonia base, right? You want to use like a certain type of cleaner. Okay, I'm glad I went back and remembered that one. It's funny how a later nut check kind of caused me to remember that. Back to checking in nuts. We already did this one. You've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Flip it over. You've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Over this way. Got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this has a note about the spool holder. If you want your spool holder on a different location than stock, you can move an extra nut from this slot to your desired location. The spool holder uses 2 screws and nuts. Okay. And then we've got 2 down here. 1 here. I don't know where he is. Shucks. I might have to take the AB motors off later in order to get to this one. But actually, on the LDO kit, you might not need this one because I don't think the Picobilical uses it. But we got 3, 2, 4, the 1 we don't care about. And then on the front, we have the 4, and these 2 are the special 2x2 ones. I think those are all our nuts. I used to spray away the glass clean. I just use spray away glass cleaner. It's what I had, but like I said, I don't bother with any with it anymore. The drop-in nuts, yeah, we can use those anywhere we need to. Now for the feet. The feet. Heat press insert. Heat set insert. Our foot is 64% done according to my Nomi. Got it plugged in again. What can we put away? Maybe these M3x30s and 35s. As soon as I put them away, we'll need them again. Have all 4 of our feet. Or do we? Yeah, here's the last one. We need a heat set insert on the top of this guy. This soldering iron from Hakko actually does heat up fairly quickly, which is nice. See if this angle is good for much of anything. You guys see the heat set press a little bit better from this angle? It's a little dark. This might be the most awkward thing. Then we need one here. I was joking with somebody, like I need to buy some a macro lens, and whenever I do heat set inserts, just like do a super tight zoom in on the lens or the heat set press, like ASMR or something. I don't know. Somebody was joking about that. It's a 24/7 video of heat set inserts going in super slow motion. I was thinking about on my next build, maybe just doing all the heat set inserts in like one go instead of kind of in the middle of the build. M3x10. What do I do with the M3x12s? and a rubber foot. Not gonna go until I hear the plastic crack and back off by one. And then this heat set insert is just to attach the skirt later. Now you can do it for the 3 of these guys, and it's this hole. I should. Maybe that would be a funny, like, April Fool's video. Pretend like I turned my channel into an ASMR channel and it's just all like 3D printer ASMR. Just a whole like half an hour video of heat set inserts. I didn't mess that up, did I? Sit back and relax. The sights and sounds of 3D printing, most relaxing. I almost just burned myself. If that's the power inlet foot from LDO, it's too short and the printer will wobble. Do you have a measurement of how tall it should be? I mean, I guess I'll know when I put it on there and I'll just have to reprint it. Compared to the other 3 feet. Didn't they update their plates at some point though? I thought initially they had problems with like their feet being the wrong size. Maybe I'm making that up. I'll compare it in 1 second. Martin, I'd watch it. I've noticed that uptake or increase in the number of kind of like 24/7 videos where people just compile a bunch of their other videos and stream them. Like Linus Tech Tips is doing that, right? Like LTT TV or something. The Idler just finished printing. Get some nice ratcheting sounds. Last foot. Did they make a note of that anywhere in their build notes? No, from page 99 to 107, they don't say anything about it. I didn't use their plates, I just used their individual STLs. I don't know if their plates and STLs are exactly the same. If if I did build streams, I wouldn't have to compile them into 24-hour videos. That's just how long it would be normally. Yeah, I know you said you just like to build until you're done. Oh, I figured it out when I put it together. Overhead. That seem right? I guess we're about to put them on. We'll find out if it wobbles. Wobble, baby. Still a little bit of over extrusion on the top. But I can sand it down or file it down. So I turned down both the extrusion multiplier or flow ratio and the overlap, the infill overlap on that one by a little bit. I just need to tune it in a little bit more. Go through Andrew Ellis's tuning guide again. Oh, and I do need the M3x35. So I said as soon as I put them away, I'd need them again. I was sort of right. You may want to check that you're actually extruding the correct amount when you call for a given lift. I mean, I did that initially with the printer. I haven't done it. The last time I changed anything in the extrusion path, I did an extrusion calibration, but I haven't done one recently. And we'll put a gold cam in this one for now, just to kind of make things asymmetrical and probably annoy a few people for a little bit. I'm just gonna go through Andrew Ellis's whole tuning process again. My PA might be a little out as well. I do not have all of the pieces for the... Actually, I might. I have some extra stuff. So the V0.2-R1 changes weren't out when MatterHackers initially packed up and sent this off to me. So it didn't include this, the bearing, and the micro switch. If you get a kit more recently, yours will have it. But I do think I have just the parts needed laying around. I need a micro switch, a bearing, and that fitting, right? So we need one of these guys overhead. And we just take this bottom part off, it seems, and shove it in the leg. Not really wanting to go in there. I maybe should have reamed that out a little bit. Usually anytime I make any changes to my filament path, like change out the Bowden tube or do anything to the tool head, I'll go ahead and do an extrusion calibration afterwards, just to make sure it's as close as possible. I don't know, sometimes I feel like an extruder can kind of work in and change a little bit. So I bought a bunch of these bearings. I think they're the right kind. So this guy goes in there. And then we actually have extra micro switches from this being a V0.1 kit initially. So is this the right size micro switch that needs to go on there? Because we have our X and our Y end stop, so our Y end stop might actually be long enough to serve as this guy. I'm assuming we have to take off this lever, but that sensor has never read filament right for me. Yeah, I've heard some people having trouble with it. That's kind of one of the reasons I ended up going with the Smart Orbiter on my FormBot kit, which I need to do like a video on. Yeah, you just have to take the lever off. Good to know. So really all you need is one of these Bowden fittings, the ECA S04 and one of these MR85 bearings, and you're good to go. So I wonder if LDO even includes an extra micro switch, or if they just tell you to use the Y. Prepare the end stop. So we need one self-tapping screw. We'll have to pull the lever off of this guy. Sort of unceremoniously. Are these leads going to be too long, you think? We need our self-tapping screw. And you got to make sure that the little micro switch is on the inside. There's a micro switch for it. The V0.2-S1 kits don't have X and Y end stops at all. It's interesting. Yeah, that's why I have these two extra switches. I was wondering if LDO was like, well, we already have a switch in there, so we don't even need to include one. That's backwards. So like in a previous stream, I noted everything that was kind of extraneous that you won't be using from the V0.1. And this is kind of one of them. And we'll see how it works out. So if you get a piece of filament, anybody else just have a piece of filament always laying around from when you build and test extruders? I need to cut a little bit of that guy off. I can hear it. I don't know if it'll show up for you guys. When I press the filament through, it definitely hits the micro switch. So the little bearing gets pushed up by the filament and hits the micro switch. We'll see if it works reliably in practice. And I think we're gonna put the feet on in the next step. Now we have the idler on, it'll actually sit straight. A little bit of dust buildup. We need M3x40 long boys. Can I get these out without dropping all the hardware? Yep, refuse to throw them away. Throw what away? Oh, the filament pieces? Yes. Yeah, same for me, but it doesn't seem to work consistently when printing. Gotcha. I'll try it. I'm gonna try it out, and I'll probably end up switching to my implementation of the smart orbiter sensor in the long run. So now we are screwing this foot down right here. That actually getting started. There we go. The opposite foot will be the switch foot, right? Switch foot. Is that the name of a band or something? I'm not thinking of like Kill Switch. I make things up sometimes. I have to hit the sack. Thank you for putting up with me. Thanks for hopping in the streams. I always appreciate having more people to talk to. I'm trying to remember if you have any builds going on. I know you said Kill Switch Engage, that's what it was. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for hopping in, and I will talk to you later. I guess these two don't really matter, which is which. No, they do. These parts go to the front, these big recesses. And they do have these little notches that help them kind of align correctly. Kill Switch Engage. Tiger coming through. Yeah, it's a band. I haven't tried the orbiter extruder. I have everything needed, but to build the 1.5, but if not, yeah, I have several. You can get the filament runout sensor part of it for super cheap from all of the different people, especially the 1.5 now that the like 2.2 is out. So I just have one in my foot of my V0 build. Formbot GitHub. Where's my orbiter? So I took the orbiter filament runout sensor and made a housing for it so that you can attach it to the foot of a V0. So when I want to unload the filament, all I have to do is press this little button and it automatically runs the G-code macro, heats it up, it actually pushes out some filament and then reverses the filament out. It's not as useful on a Bowden with this long of a filament run, but it works fairly well. And then when I put filament into it and run it up to the extruder, it automatically heats up and then eventually automatically purges for me. So I want to do this, but put it on the Irby now. I've actually been working on that mod. So put it up on the upper rear Bowden inlet. So here's kind of the prototype for that. So this will go in the back rear of the printer. The filament will run in here and it'll do the same. It'll be a little bit of a pain in the butt to reach around, but I don't think it'll be too bad on the V0. Kind of reaching around the back and pressing a button to unload the filament, because I'll already be back there to unload the filament, but you can see, wait, where's the version with it actually in it? Here we go. It's still very much prototypey right now, but the runout sensor is in there, and I just modified the original housing and kind of put it in the spot in the form factor of the Irby. So it'll be on there. The unload is actually upside down right now. I need to kind of redo that, but yeah, I don't know. Just me trying to do some designy stuff. I build Vorons and then I get inspired by their like pretty awesome design. I did a Mercury 1 with an Orbiter 2.0 and runout sensor. How do you like it? How do you like the whole like extruder in general? It's nifty, thank you. We need to put in these last 2 feet. We're at 2 hours and 30 minutes so far. I don't really have a time cap. I'm not feeling too tired yet. I say that now, and we'll see if I start dropping stuff and speaking in tongues soon. Pretty print, SOS, Fetter. What's up? In the middle of working on a video, but wanted to jump in and see what's up. The V0 is moving. It's way faster than my last build. Feeling more confident about stuff. Quality of the parts is really, really good from LDO, I have to say. So, moving along. I think they really work really well. I have them on 2 printers, no problem so far. My Orbiter 2.0 is the best extruder I own. Jack, I thought you were going to sleep. It's also on my Mercury 1.1 5+. Yeah, mine's a 5+ as well, gotcha. Yeah, until the kind of Galileo 2 came out, it seemed like it was kind of a really, really kind of highly regarded and popular one. Speaking of the devil, I've been really impressed with the Galileo 2 standalone extruder, yeah. I am. I don't want to keep you up. And we need to put in 2 M3 by 10 screws into our preloaded nuts. The knob on the front is so useful. But you started talking about interesting stuff. I've been thinking about sensor for your Orbiter 2. Nice. I like it. The G-code macros work reasonably well. I kind of had to tune them up a little bit to work for like the Bowden setup on a mini stealth burner. Like it doesn't fully unload. I have to pull it all the way through the filament path. That's why I think it being on the Irby will be a whole lot better than it being down here in a foot, because down here in the foot in the tool heads up here, it just unloads it a little bit and then you have to pull it all the way through. But if it's up here by the Irby, it'll be much closer, so it'll be a less of a pull and push to get everything aligned. So I think it'll be worth it. Better, did you get your parts? No, you were gonna build a what was it? For your V0, a new tool head cable. Because you have the Feder built the FISEC kit of the V0.2, which had some issues, but you got it built and it prints pretty well after you got most of the issues taken care of. But it does seem like it needs some love, and they're doing some iterations on it. Okay, feet. Here we go with the color vote again. Nice to see the differences between the kits. To be fair, I can see the differences between FISEC's kits, even with their own kits. Yeah. I guess it's good they're updating stuff though. I like the idea of the knob on the Galileo too. I don't understand why they went with one gear and one bearing though. Seems like dual gears, like the Orbiter, would be better. So it's a single gear. Is it kind of like the Nextruder where they use a single large gear? I'm not all that up on extruder theory. We've got the same color choice for the feet, the silver or the gold. I think I know how Dad's Garage is gonna vote. Gray. Gray from Martin. I'll do them a little bit of a, oh, gray. I didn't expect that. You think the gold will be a little bit too flashy? Gold! I love gold. You should have been here earlier, Feder. Feder. I said Federer. Like the tennis player. It'll match the upper tensioner knobs. Well, I'm not. One is gold right now and one isn't. I haven't decided yet. That was dumb. We've been voting, so I've been doing like everything like 50-50. I'm trying to, so my initial thought was to have gold be for just like a couple special parts, like on the print head. But and then again, I also printed a bunch of parts in gold. Right now on my Fusion 360 file, it's these are gray. Does he still play tennis? I don't even know. My mom watches tennis. I didn't really watch tennis all that much, but well, I won't say I didn't watch it. I watched it when she watched it, but Nadal's awesome. The last thing I saw from Nadal, he was doing a yacht tour with Nico Rosberg. That's random, but I think Federer's retired, but he does like a lot of the like tours and stuff where you just kind of play for fun with celebrities. For this, we're gonna use the Hodo. There's a few cool Federers. Well, we all know the coolest one, yep. Gotta break out the Hodo. Gotta make sure I don't over tighten anything. So this is kind of why I like it for driving screws into plastic like this. All the little pencils electric screwdrivers I have don't tend to have the torque to be able to do it, but no problem with a Hodo. And then I usually finish stuff off by hand anyway, so. Hodo has some guts to it, yeah. It's a little dangerous. I've almost tweaked my wrist with it. I kind of learned to hold it lightly so that when it starts to turn my hand, I stop. Also make sure I don't strip out any screw heads or plastic. As far as I know, Feder, you started the Hodo craze, I think. First person I saw that had one. I've got a grid affinity mount for it. I have a Harbor Freight electric screwdriver. Thing works great and costs like 10 bucks. The Hodo was a little bit more expensive than that. It was like 50, I think, this particular model. These are actually torqued down fairly reasonably well. It's stupidly long. I saw it on Instagram and fell in love. Yeah, the Hodo is pricey. No lie, but once you use it, you get why. Like, I've charged this thing once now, since having it. And I bought it not too long after I saw it on your stream. So, that was a while ago. Feet are done. We do not need to pre-apply any lube, but we do need the right printed part, which is this guy. And we need our Z motor, which we already broke out. M3x6 and M3x8, which we don't have out. We got 10 and 35, 40. Probably put the shims away. Come on. The unboxing stream, I accidentally let 3 of these drawers slip out and lost them. Lost a bunch of hardware. All right, gotta run. Good luck on the rest of the build. Thanks. You guys should definitely check out Feder's channel if you haven't. I hate switching bits, so I normally just stick with my drivers. Yeah, that's kind of why I end up having. I've got the LTT stubby, the LTT full size, the Hodo, and then this is a WOW stick, which I don't really use anymore. I used to kind of have one of each loaded up with a particular size, like a 2mm, a 1.5, and something else. The ratcheting action on the LTT screwdrivers is kind of nice to have, I will say. All right, what's the orientation on this? It just needs to be with the plug facing towards the inside. So either on the left or the right, I think. The direction of the motor wires does not matter. Use whatever makes most sense for your electronics layout. So we do need the M3.8, M3.6. I just spilled those. What's a magnetic driver that I have? The LTT one is magnetic. So maybe we are starting to get a little tired. But at least these are a type of stainless steel that are actually ferrous. We can pick them up with a magnet. Watch the vid I linked after the stream. It's amazing. Will do. What'd you say, Martin? Ah, he's just saying later. So I did find out recently, I used to think that if something was good quality stainless steel, it wasn't ferrous at all, or it was less ferrous, but I was watching a video about screw sorting, and a guy mentioned that you can actually take stainless, even if it's not very ferrous, and for the process of using magnets to sort screws and things like that, they will actually do stuff to realign the metallurgy inside of them and turn them into ferrous. So you can't always judge whether or not a screw is good based on how ferrous it is or magnetic. So the 6 goes in the front, which is this guy. And then the 2 8s go on the side. They didn't mention anything about thread lock in a lot of these metal on metal parts that I saw. Oops. Druggy, enjoyed the stream. Got to get some sleep traveling for work this weekend. Take care and have a good weekend, everybody. See you, Truggy. Thanks as always for hopping in. Also, shout out to Truggy. He provided me with the backup CHC V6 extruder when mine broke, when I broke mine. All right, Jack is gonna finally go to sleep too. And Federer with the $5 super chat. Screw sorting fun, thank you. I needed it. You know, it's funny, like if I wasn't streaming this and I like turned over a thing of screws, I'd probably just like stop and go to bed. It's like one of those things where it's just like, okay, that's a sign I need to stop. But having folks here with me makes it a little bit funner and more worthwhile continuing. So this is gonna go in here. Which way do things face? They face this way. Did I? No, they said this didn't matter, right? I didn't put this in the wrong orientation. But now I think is where we have to start turning this guy, and then this is just trying to get cut off. So I'm rotating this so that the nut on the bed starts to get moved or threaded into. Words are hard. I need to move these preloaded nuts to the right spot. If thinness is still hanging out. Too much. Go to sleep, Chuggy. Thanks for hopping in. Put these screws away before I drop them unnecessarily. We need M3 by 8. Tighten this guy down. I think I did make a boo-boo in the orientation of this connector. Should it be facing out this way? Like, they don't really show it in any of their drawings. And they say it doesn't matter. I didn't really think about what the best way was going to be for the electronics. But if I want to redo it, I need to do it nowish. And the plan is to keep this all loose while I get everything set up and attached, and then make sure that we don't get any binding when everything moves. And then tighten everything down. Now there's also screws on the front, which are M3x8 as well. I should have pre-aligned these. What kind of screws do we need? 3x8 again. Is that too much? Oh. The door just fell off my other V0. I guess the VHV tape gave out. That scared the poop out of me. Not really, but yeah, that angle's not great. I'm gonna use a ball end just to get this guy started. And that's about one of the few things I'll use a ball end for. And now we need to get our palm nut installed. I didn't hear from anybody in terms of whether or not they installed the palm nut. I know Steve, the last time I saw him build one, I think he mentioned that he did not. Or I'm sorry, the anti-backlash spring. And I was supposed to do this while this was unattached. I kind of missed a step there, or skipped a step, or you need to compress that anti-backlash nut. Screw down. Have we hit the threshold, the tired threshold, guys? I'm starting to get sloppy with stuff. Forget stuff and skip steps. It's kind of what happens. You lull yourself to sleep, sort of. You start just looking at the pictures and not really reading the instructions, especially if you've already done this before, and you get complacent. At least I do. So we need to compress this spring, sort of lock it into place, the bottom part, as we feed them in. As we feed the lead screw in. There we go. Ugh. You know it's time to stop when the girlfriend tells you. The girlfriend work clock out. Maybe I have to get one of those. Where do you find the ladies who are into guys who like building 3D printers? I need to tighten that down a little bit more. I want to make sure that we have movement and we're not binding the Z before I tighten everything down though. This is a Teflon coated nut, so supposedly we don't need to lubricate it whatsoever. Alignment of the lead screw. Make sure the motor is positioned approximately in the center of the Z-rails. Then you can tighten the 4 and 3x8 button head screws to secure the motor. Then lock down. So yeah, I've left everything loose. So like these two screws are fairly loose. They're not like fully tightened down so that this can move. Then the motor is fairly loose in the bottom. So I would think we would want to kind of trim things, move the bed down to the bottom, try to get this guy as centered as possible, and then tighten them down. I got into 3D printing after I found her, so she's stuck, but she does enjoy the little desk trinkets. Yeah. What am I doing with this? Do you guys think this sticking out this way will matter whatsoever? It's inside of the back of the printer. I don't know why in my head I'm worried about that, but for some reason I thought that this should be facing down. I don't think it makes a difference at all, but I've got like perturbing feeling that's telling me I need to move the motor. This is pretty centered. I'm going to start to tighten it down. We can get our bit out. We need to get these two guys. I almost pushed these rail stops off when I was lifting it up. I'll tighten up the anti-backlash nut. And then we need the last two screws tightened. One's from the inside. That require this boy. For some reason that was a little bit more finicky than I remembered. That hits the in switch. Feels pretty stable. I don't know if you guys can tell, but there's not really any play in the bed. It's a cantilever bed, so it's gonna have some tilt that way, but in terms of the rail, there's no slop in the rail. I think that's good. The X-axis, do we want to start on this, guys? Will we have to make any decisions in terms of color for this? Got to do some more bearing stacks. So close. What are we at? We are just under 3 hours. Can we get this done? Half an hour? To de-rack it. Top pieces on. What do you guys think? How long would this take a non-sleepy person? I also technically need to be checking on the build guide. $34. Reached that yet? No. How many of you guys are still in here? My analytics. 6 of you guys right now? What's the vote? What do you guys think? Should we try to get the X-axis knocked out in the next half an hour? Or should we leave it and then we can, because what comes after that? The belts. Press on. It's this for watching The Office. My wife thinks I'm insane with all the printer building, but at this point, she'd have to divorce you. All right, let's do the X-axis and we'll stop at, I think the belts would be next. Belts and bed. That's nice and alliterative, so. We need the heat set press. Yeah, I think next build I might just try to do all the heat sets like all at once, so I don't have to keep taking this out and putting it back. All right, we're gonna do these in green. It can be a little funky, as I recall, to know which ones are which. I say go for it. Okay, we're gonna press on through the x-axis. I did that on my 2.4. Printed out the manual and marked it up, did all the heat set inserts at once, saved a lot of time. Yeah, I don't think it's like that fun of a thing for you guys to see unless I do a 24/7 a video of it. But we need 2 on this guy. I'm just gonna do all of them at once for this step. This area of the print guide if I can. I do feel like I'm more consistent with this one than the previous one I had, the press. Overall, happy I built it. Also happy to support Adam by buying the files. Trying to resist the urge to download and start buying parts for that Darwin. I don't have like a particular attachment to it. Like I didn't build one back in the day or see one and think I really wanted one or anything, but I do really appreciate the kind of like history of RepRap. So that kind of makes me want to think about buying one and building it. Okay, so how can we tell which side is which? The left joint looks like this in the manual. Yes. And then the left, so this is the right joint. And then the left top looks like this. Got the long side to the right. So we need to build the bearing stack on this guy. One there, one there. Our bearings. Where are our shims? Where are our tweezers? Where are all the things? Where are any of the things? Where are we right now? On the left one, we need bearing stack, bearing stack. Come on. Do we need the heat set press anymore for this portion of the build? I already did both sets, the left and the right. Linear rail. I don't think so. I think I can get rid of it. Not have a scalding hot poker chilling around for me to make a mistake and mess up. scar myself. All right, back up. Wow. Gold spacers. Where are all the gold spacers? Thanks for the tips. In my head, I keep thinking I'm gonna print out the manual when I get to my first build, but it feels like that would be too much. I printed out the V0 manual and I used it to just kind of get an idea of what extrusion was what. That really kind of like took me a while to get through my thick skull. I think whatever helps you get the most enjoyment out of the build and enjoy the process, because that's kind of, I don't know, a lot of building a Voron to me is the process of building, or any kind of custom printer like this, it's the process of building it. So if having a physical copy of it makes it a little bit more of an enjoyable process for you, I say do it. Get on there. So printed spacer, washer, bearing, washer. Then we're gonna make a sandwich. Oh, these go. Like this. And pick this up in such a way that don't drop the bearing stack. Oh, we need a... Where's the plastic screws? I move stuff around the wrong way. I bought the manuals bound with plastic covers. Nice. That's kind of a cool way to kind of commemorate the build too. If you decided you don't need them, you could maybe pass them along to somebody. Hand them down to your children. Put this back on the Hodo. Yeah, I think in general, it's your printer, your build, enjoy it. There was a guy selling them. Yeah, that was the first time I've done it, and it was nice to have that with the LDO build notes on my laptop. Sadly, a waste of trees, but I'm keeping the manual for the life of the printer, yeah. I built more than one, yeah, sure. But I mean, you know, paper, it's at least a reusable or renewable resource. It's not like it was a bunch of single-use plastic, at least, I guess. One way to think about it. The bound books have a little bit of plastic in them, but I don't think it's that bad. People waste paper and plastic on a lot worse things, in my opinion. So that's one bearing stack complete. And we repeat. This one should be 19 millimeters. Start our screws up. Gotta remember to get rid of the chats. Hold it in the correct orientation, which is this way. On the left side, we've got spacer. Uh-oh. Here's a gold spacer. But I don't see the last gold spacer. If I'm short one gold spacer, that's gonna frustrate the heck out of me. It's gotta be like on the floor or something, right? It's probably with that that lower idler. Ooh, ball. Is it in another bin? Is it under the printer? You gotta check all of the spots. That one. Also wanted to support the guy who was doing it. He was just starting out. I don't think he's still doing it, unfortunately. It's nice to highlight problem areas like nuts or notes, or do notes the next, for next build with printed manual. I think having a printed manual is like great. Especially for my first time doing it, just kind of making sense of stuff. Oh my goodness, I'm down one gold printed spacer. It'll literally take 30 seconds to print, but I don't want to have to load and heat up the printer. Come on, Brian. Was anybody paying enough attention on the stream to see it fall and land somewhere? Just need a tiny little bit of extruded plastic in a specific shape. Right here, right now. I've got green ones. How bad is that gonna look though? That's not really what it's gonna look like, but it's one of those things where I will know. Gosh. bins back here, but they're for this printer. So there is the actual chance I just didn't print enough, but I did this all off the LDO plate, so I feel like there was pretty hard for me to mess that up. Check on the ground. Oh. Maybe a bit of a tip for others to print out 1 or 2 extra of these. Random screw on the ground. No spacer. Oh. It won't matter how it looks, you'll know it's there. Yeah, exactly. Gosh, just like that much plastic. I'll start heating up the printer. We're this far. I never found that one part, so I guess it's unlikely I'd find this one. Somewhere there's a gremlin with all my missing parts. I feel like it's probably inside of another part, do you know what I mean? I mean, just goes to show you, as well as I try to organize stuff, can still kind of run into little issues. So I don't think you can overplan, is what I'm saying. What do we have to do after this? I can do half of one bearing stack on this side. That was bearing. No, washer. I keep getting those mixed up. Well, almost lost the whole bearing. Washer, and then the spacer will go on there. I joined the chat late. Is this color scheme Boba Fett or Halo? Halo. Master Chief. Master Chef. Good eye. I'm glad somebody figured it out without me saying, or guessed pretty close. And then on this one, printed spacer, washer, bearing, washer. That filament is unloaded. I need to start heating the bed now. My macros for unloading and loading filament don't heat the bed. I guess maybe I assumed that they were already heated. Okay, get the filament. Oh no, guys, my door fell off the printer. Maybe the VHB will hold for long enough to get this print out. I just stick it back on there. Check that out. The VHB just started to peel away. and it just fell off. Builder error, you guys think? Low quality VHB tape? All of the above? The gold filament out. You'll probably find it when you're done. Yes, I am absolutely sure I'll find both those parts when I'm done. Probably with my feet. Not very good VHB. We'll go with that. Even if you're just trying to make me feel good. I do really like this gold though. Like the way it picks up that light. It's good gold. I love gold. I feel like I need to do a different printer. With this is more of a base color. Are we purging? We're purging. Just so you know where it is, and we're actually going to duplicate this because I'm a little bit worried about the cooling on it. We already have the Voron settings. It's only going to take four minutes. Yikes, that gold looks good. The asymmetry of the tensioners would drive me mad. It's just for now. I can get some people, if they watch the stream later, to kind of vote and say which ones they like more, and maybe I'll kind of take that into consideration. What's going to bother you more though if I take off? If I keep it asymmetric or if I put on the silver? I think the gold pops way more. I think the silver and keeps a little bit better with what I had in mind with the look of the build. Swings and roundabouts, I guess they say. Still waiting a little bit for the extruder to heat up. Oh, excuse me, bed. Can't wait to have this. What's the wattage of the bed? 120 or something? You say gold. Would rather leave one dark gray. Wait, would rather have the Galaxy dark gray than mixed. Gotcha. I mean, and it is a part that I can easily swap out anytime. I just have to retension the belts. Or really no, because they'll be tensioned down by the screws. Maybe it'll grow on me. Or I'll want more gold when all is said and done. Gold for the Kirigami face will look great. The gold makes it look more Master Chief. Your printer, your colors. True. But I gotta drive up engagement by asking you guys questions and getting you to type more. Isn't that what Nero always says? Whenever he asks something controversial in chat, he's just doing it for the chat engagement. But I do value other people's opinions. I think I've said it a couple times. I don't consider myself like a very good with color at all. This is adventurous for me, and it's 90% green so far. Come on, please, print. 3 more degrees. 65-watt bed heater be like. Maybe I can use some of the VHBU in this kit to fix the door from the previous kit. So I did try to get this webcam to use WebRTC, and I wasn't able to get it working. And apparently it's because of the bullseye version or whatever version the Pi is on. It doesn't support WebRTC or something. It's a Victory Tech Raspberry Pi. Now the extruder is heating back up from 170 up to printing temperature. Which goes super fast in comparison with the Dragon High Flow. Priming. I think I forgot to clear the previous prime line. I have WebRTC on my bullseye. Ratbreak has a blog on how to get the camera going. I have to do it every time I set up a printer. So, where's my camera? Webcam. What is it? Settings. So this is using the standard streamer, right? I tried changing it in the config and then changing it to WebRTC, and it wasn't working for me. So maybe I need to look up a guide or something. But I do recall it working on my non-Voron printer running Clipper, so. %28 done. Water. Change the URL stream. Okay, we can debug this live. I do recall doing this to /webcam WebRTC. And then I need to change this to WebRTC camera streamer, right? And it never connected when I do that, when I did that last time. Do I need to change the URL snapshot? So like the last time I tried this, what is it called that does this? The service that runs Crow's Nest or something? No, it's a USB camera. It's a like ELP 4K camera. No, for the URL snapshot. It's one of these. Discord is opening on the worst spot. Have to load legacy version of Crow's Nest. So yeah, I started looking at the Crow's Nest logs. Okay. This is good to note. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, for whatever reason, even when I restart Crow's Nest, it was messing up, so. Can I cancel that and not have it actually take effect? Thanks, Dad's Garage, for sharing that. And the prints are done. The hot plate. I'm gonna pop one off. So we've got washer, bearing, washer, printed spacer. Oh man. Well, overhead. And you changed it to streamer in the config? I think it's still streamer. Desktop. Crow's Nest in here. Camera streamer, is that all I needed to do? Sorry, it's hard to troubleshoot when with the delay. It's at the camera streamer, I think that's right. The build, hey Michael. That's to see, this is a tiny printer. The build plate size on this is 120 by 120. So here's one for example. Tiger, let me know if that config looks right to you. So it's a teensy little printer, but it heats up really fast and it prints really, really fast. Yeah, that looks right. I think Project in Dad's Garage is correct. Okay. Yeah, so Crow's Nest V4 broke a bunch of stuff with processing for different camera types. Okay, I thought it was due to the specific version of the Pi I was on. I thought somebody mentioned a while back that like that didn't work with camera streamer or something. Okay, so back to building this bearing stack. We need to take our top, put our screw through. No. Yes. Take this guy, put our screw through it. Oh, almost lost the bearing stack. I don't think this is the best way to do this. Yep, I just lost. Bearing somewhere. How though? I lost one bearing. I didn't like those 2x10s, yeah. Somehow just one bearing slipped out. I think I got my order of operations a little wrong though, so it's probably pretty much my fault. I'll check out what you're noting, Tiger, as soon as I get this guy a little bit less precarious. All right. Both our bearings still spin. Let's get this guy tightened down. And we need to check and make sure these are both 19 millimeters. Or as close. 19.2, 19.1, depending on how I torque them. I can tighten this one down a little bit more. Oh yeah, I hadn't tightened this one down very much at all. Yeah, pretty much right on. All right, now we need to build a rail. So our X rail is our Hiwin rail in this kit, which has the nicer, higher preload. I think all of our extrusions left are A-type or AB. And we have 3 of them. Two of them will go up here. Yeah, the M2x10 plastic screws are the most fiddly ones in my experience. We're gonna use our nut bar. We need our spacers. Oh, I picked that one up. Here we need our M2 screws, which I moved because we weren't gonna need them for a while. No, I put them inside of this unlabeled drawer. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at what Tiger said. To get a few of these started. To hold everything in place. There we go. The other thing I'd look at is the path to the device. Dev video 0. So you're gonna want me to oh, it's probably just up. And LS. What do I need to look at? Oh, the other one. You need a different commands. ls/dev/v4l/by ID. Got 2 indexes for it. Index 0 and index 1. Can you see that? I did it in PowerShell and not in Windows Terminal. So I can't easily make the font bigger on it. You need to paste it with the path to that device. Go with 0. And do it like that. Question mark. Or dev level 4 v4l. Linux is still not like that. Oop, don't want to do that. Try saving and restarting. Add the by ID. Okay. Be looking at all of this. Front of the USB. Like so. It's hard with the delay. I think I got that. No serial. Dev by ID. No, dev v4. Sorry. Oh, by ID. Okay, I'm just freaking out a little bit. I might need to do this in the browser instead. Let me know if I messed something up. Press nest config. Change the encoder to in here. It's on camera streamer. Does it need to be something else? Keep starting on these screws. And the pop-up for the camera, okay. Oh, my hands are getting fiddly. These tiny MT screws are not the funnest. Oh no, it's something I've been trying to get working, so if it will work, that'd be nice. You can also see I'm not on the most up-to-date version of Clipper, but I tend to not update unless it's like a major change. Got the magnetic. Oh. Yeah. Not sure if I missed anything, but I'll probably get it fixed sometime tomorrow. All right. Manual. Reload 2 M3 nuts. Two on the top. Two on the side. Throw out the printer. No worries. It's maybe it's just what was it PF Dennis or Dad's Garage that mentioned that there was some wonkiness with the recent update from Crow's Nest. We need 25 millimeters. Do I have it? I don't. 25 millimeters on that side. That seems strange. When I get it to 25 on one side, it doesn't seem to be at 25 on the other. Maybe I need to lock it down a little bit. Exactly on that side. And I get 25.6 on this side. Does that seem right? Oh, it's because this stupid washer was sticking out. Okay, it's 25 on both sides. For these, I'm going to tighten them down by hand, making very careful not to strip out the nut bar. Split the difference, yeah. So when I was measuring, the end of this preloaded nut was sticking out the side a tiny bit, and it was throwing off the measurement. All right, we preloaded our two nuts. Preloaded two M3 nuts on the back side. Really, you don't need to use no drop nuts for this. You could probably just pre-thread them onto the bearing stacks. All right, we need to do this such that the Hiwin will face the right direction, because what kind of barbarian would let the rail face the wrong way? It'll be face up. This is the right. This is the left. Slide on, hopefully. Like so. And why do you stop? It's not sliding on as far as I'd expect. Maybe too tight. Yeah. And we need M3 by 12 and M3 by 6. 3 by 12 by 6. Almost knocked 2 tools off the shelf. 12 goes in. Wait. Button head? Okay. For some reason, I thought they should have been something else. Those aren't quite aligning. There you go. He started. Don't want to tighten them down all the way. We have to pull them out. These aren't aligned right. Go. Leave all 6 of these screws slightly loose. We need to attach the Y joints, XY joints to the Y carriage. I didn't align those, did I? Nope. Go. Push the no-drop nuts in far enough such that they actually align with the screws. Just get them threaded. That did not go in well at all. I may be rushing a little bit. I need to probably slow down. Okay. Take a final look at it. Spacer on the bottom, spacer on the top. Bearings opposite. We want to place this side of here. Pull these out. And now we will use M2x6 flatheads. What does LDO say to use here? What page is this? 124. They don't have any special instructions. So M2x6 flathead, we have a drawer of those. These are a pain in the butt. We're gonna use a ball head. Just get these started. Do they say anything about using Loctite? Red locker or anything? No, does not look like. We're almost there. All right, Martin. Thanks as always for watching the stream. We are just about done with most of the motion system. So next stream, if you're able to tune in, I think we will be doing the belts in the bed. Belts in the bed, not beds. There's not multiple beds on this printer. But enjoy the rest of your night and weekend. Not sure when I'm gonna stream next, but I'll try to give you guys as much notification as possible. See you, Martin. Dropped it. These M2 screws fell on the floor. All right, so I kind of still not going in. Not a funky angle. What do these take? Yeah, 1.5. So we are going to actually tighten these down now. Star pattern. Come out. The angle for this is just enough that it's frustrating. I guess that was too loose. I don't know if you guys saw that screw just dropped out of the bottom of the gantry. So I'm working on de-racking things. I'm pretty sure they give us some specific instructions on it. Move it to the back. Tighten all the screws. Yeah, I'm kind of going back and forth. I don't know if that's the best method, but it always seems to work, make sense for me. It's hard to do this without being able to see it. There you go. Oh no, the Kirigami Bed kind of gets in the way on this side. Gotta move it out to here. Okay. I've got a tiny bit of play there on the front when that one is flush. But there's no play in the back. Can you guys see that? That's a bit better. I think that's pretty good. You get full range of motion. Just touch at the same time in the back, and you touch at the same time in the front. That should be perfectly parallel motion. We need to preload some nuts in this guy. 3. It's almost always 3, isn't it? I guess on the outside, it's for most of the panel mounts, right? That's why there's almost always 3. And 3 on this side. These are all for the AB extrusions. There's no holes, blind holes in them whatsoever, so orientation is not important. All right, Tiger. Enjoy the rest of your night. Get some good sleep if you're about to go to sleep. I will see you in somebody else's stream or on Discord or in my next stream. Thanks again for the help with the camera. I'll let you know if I get figured out what's up with it. Ow. Touched myself. And 3x10, 3x10, the front and the back. And that'll be it for this chapter. Of course, I don't have M3x10s out right now. Shim. M3x10. So it's kind of weird they have you put those cams in there temporarily for looks, so you don't lose them. I don't know. Then you have to take them right back out. One of those Voron things, Voron V0 things. Do this temporarily for just a second. Okay, now undo it. Maybe there's a reason I don't understand. Swap ID. And the backside. Oh, don't pick it up by those extrusions when they're not secure yet. Ryan. Micron has way too much going on in the electronics department. Yeah, just like a printer almost in this exact, well, a little bit bigger than this with 4 more motors or 3 more motors. I'd like to build a Micron. I was wondering if I should try to build a 2.4 before building the Micron. What am I missing here? 3x10, not printing in. There we go. I haven't really paid attention to the electronics of the Micron. Doesn't it have like 2 small power supplies on the bottom? That take up most of the room on the bottom, so you don't have room for a lot of electronics. Okay, now you can use these extrusions to move and turn the printer around. And one final tightening. And voila. So the part I want to eventually put in are these, which instead of using something that you push in to turn the cam locks, they're just kind of always there, sitting on the inside of the printer. So I honestly don't lock my top hat all that much, whether or not it's causing me all that much in terms of resonance. I'm not sure. Hopefully not. But yeah, I just tend to not do it because it's a little bit of a pain in the butt. 4 motors, Manta M8P, SSR power supply, Wago mount. Only 1 power supply, UHP, okay. Posted a picture in Fedder's Discord of my electronics, but I'll have to check that out. But yes, we are done with this section of the build. So, I wish we had some Haribos to eat, but next up will be the belts. Getting the tool head carriage mounted on. I did buy, I think I showed it off in the unboxing stream. I did go ahead and buy the Fabrico CNC or Honey Badger. I'm not sure how they have it branded. CNC X carriage, so that will sit here. I just like it better than the printed part. I had some issues with the printed part on my first kit and bought one of these, and it just seems like a good way to go for like $9. So we get to skip a whole bunch of these steps, and then we'll get to belts, path, and then I think after that will be the rest of the heated bed. Yep. So, stream went fairly well. Did run into some issues with a couple parts I either didn't print and or lost. But yeah, overall I'm pretty happy with the progress. I think, again, things are moving quite a bit faster and smoother than my first V0 build, which was the FormBot kit. So happy with that. I will do G2Z on my next Micron build after build another kit. You're gonna build another Micron? What is G2Z? I'm not really familiar with that one. Is that Galileo 2? Galileo 2 Z drive. There's so many things, I can barely keep up. But yeah, overall I'm pretty happy with the way the build is going so far. Still trying to like figure out what I want to do on a couple of the color choices, but yeah, the motion is pretty nice and smooth. Happy with the rails. The preload on this seems really good. I don't notice any deflection. I have two kits. One will be the girlfriend's printer, and yes, Galileo 2 Z drives. Oh, okay. Interesting. Hadn't heard of that before. And the compact Z drive for Voron 2 and Micron printers. I learn something new every single day. But yeah, we will get the Kirigami bed installed. We will get the belt. I don't know if I'll get the tool head done in that same stream. If I do another 4.5 hour stream, maybe we will get all that done. But yeah, the plan is to at least get the Kirigami bed, which should be fairly straightforward because the bed is pretty much pre-built with this printer. From what I remember on the FormBot kit, like half the time building the bed was getting all of this done. So that's already pre-done for us. We just have to screw in the thermistor. All these are already pre-cut and crimped, plug them into the Wago mounts, and start to get the cable chain set up. So hopefully that'll be fairly fast. But the tool head, I do recall taking quite a while, and I don't want to rush it because, you know, that's pretty important in terms of getting extrusion. But thank you to everybody who tuned in, everybody who's still here, Jeff, Montgomery, I'm not sure who else is still here. I can't really get a list, but appreciate everybody who comes in and, you know, checks out the stream. As always, this kit was provided by MatterHackers for the purpose of, you know, building it and just talking about it, letting people know that they have this kit. No money was exchanged hand. They just want people to know that they have awesome Voron kits from LDO. So go ahead and check them out in the link in the description if you do want to build a V0.2 like this, or their Trident kit, or their V0 2.4, no, V0 2.4, V2.4 kit. When are they gonna get a name for the V2? I feel like they need a name for it. But yeah, thanks again to MatterHackers for providing this. Thanks for LDO for making a pretty awesome kit. Love talking with Jason online, and I've really been enjoying this build process. But that's it. I will see you guys in the next stream. Thanks again. Peace.